Yeah. Hey, Lewis. Trying to get these keys, man. Well, and it would be awesome to get a jaw. So I could make Callie Enigma so she can teleport with me. Then we can get things even faster. Dude, the other day I got 2 cham runes in about an hour. Like an hour apart from each other. And it takes 2 freaking jaw runes to make 1 cham rune. But because cham is so little needed in the game, it's actually worth a lot less than a jaw. Like, it's ridiculous, dude. Like I said, it takes 2 jaws to make a cham, but you can't make 2 jaws with a cham. Also, can't really make much of anything with a cham. So no one wants the goddamn thing. There's a website where people trade items within this game, right? And apparently it's all on forum gold. And so the jaw rune is going for like 1,700 forum gold. a cham rune, which takes 2 jaw runes to make, is going for about 250 forum gold. So if you wanted to trade a cham rune for a jaw rune, you would need like 7 of them to equal the value, even though it takes 2 jaws to make a cham. It's just that no one wants them. Now, if you could split this cham into two jaws, oh shit, then people would want it. It's just a shitty situation here because I've got a sir and a burr. I need 2 sirs to make another burr. I need 2 burrs to make a jaw, but I will need a burr and a jaw to make Enigma for Callie. Yeah, I was like, dude, it's like finding a $100 bill and then being told that a 50 is worth 7 times the amount. You know, that's pretty much what it is. I did get Call to Arms, though. So now I can buff the shit out of my character. It's a rune word that you put on like a flail. And then when you use it, you got, well, it comes with like battle orders, battle command, and battle cry, I think. And those, like, are serious buffs to your character. So I go to from 1600 to like 2600 health. And then my mana goes up really high, and it, like, the regen of it is so crazy that I don't really need much of anything else.
Good day.
I'm gonna join people. I can die. What the hell's a pea comb? Oh, a paladin combat skiller grand charm. Gotcha. There's so many little anagrams in this game. I'm learning. Or is it? It's not an anagram. It's a fucking acronym. God damn it. We're completely sober right now. It's a situation. Also, tonight at like 9 o'clock will be 3 weeks since I've smoked any weed. Today I'm trying to see how far I can make it without any edibles. Did I get too many Ort and Soul runes? Way too many. Yeah, no edibles until I find a jaw. That could be weeks. Years. A Balrog skin. It's a fucking Horizons. Oh no. Sazabi's Ghost Liberator. It's stupid. Grand Charm of Poop. The other day I found this charm, 15 to life plus all resistances 5 on a small charm. That was kind of good. And I have 2 others that are just all resistance 4s. Who's leaving? Yeah, I think they go up to 20 on the small for life, but 15 was all right, I think. I mean, I think the all res is really what you want. I was kind of doing the math. I was like, if I have 10 all resistance 5 charms on me, that's 50% to everything. You know, because there's 4 different resistances, right? But if I had like the highest I've seen for small charms is 11%. So, you know, if I had 10 different, or no, so yeah, if I had 10 all resistance 5s, that would be 50% to everything. That's 200% resistances. But if I had 10 11%, that's only 110%, right? And it's spread across the 4 resistances. So the all-res charms are definitely better. The Impaler. It's got 5 to impale and 3 to power strike, and it's on the ground because I don't care. Mana drainers. Grand Charm of Strength. Oh, dude, I forgot this is an open lobby. Somebody has been here. I like to look for little gems, though, too. But yeah, I don't see any. Fine. Fine, that's fine. Oh, I don't have the leg, though. It's all right. It's all right. See if anybody's out here. A towel. Thanks, bitch. Whole towel room. Oh, we got a grand charm. Shit. Shit, that was a goddamn lobby. Forgot. All Lewis's fault. Yeah. Lewis. Why? Chaos time. Pew. What is that thing? He's invincible. Jesus, Murphy. The trash. Hey, zombie boss. He chaoses, we MF. Right. How is it going, though, zombie boss? How is the life? No tower, man. There it is. Yeah. Ooh. Almost hitting me. And it hurts. We might have to discover weekly. Finding that good shit today? No. A battle axe. I haven't found anything good today. Yesterday, I got... Let's see, I wear the High Lords, right? But I found this Seraph's Hymn, which gives you +2 to all skills, which is better than High Lords in some ways, but not quite in others. So I got it in the box. I might trade it, but it's... I don't know. I might keep it. And then I've been doing Ubers as I can, and I've gotten a bunch of shitty, stupid torches. I've got 2 different assassin torches. Actually, Callie's carrying an assassin torch, I think, right now, too. So I might have 3. And then a druid, a paladin, 2 Amazons, and then I got my 1 warlock torch. I haven't leveled up in a couple days. Yeah, I need to find Callie a warlock torch. I found this Iron Jangbang war staff, which is not the one I really want, but it's a war staff. I don't know. I'm holding on to it. I might just give it to some random sork, because it's only required level is 28 Or if I start a Sork, I might use that, honestly. And I got some almost perfect chance guards the other day. Those are kind of neat. And I think I've found so many different Viper Magis. I had never found one at all before this ladder. Callie's wearing one. I've gave away one. I've traded 2 others. And then I have this one in my inventory. I also have a Thunder God's Vigor War Belt for an Amazon that I need to trade at some point, probably. And these Necromancer thingies, a Homunculus and the Dark Force Spawn Bloodlord Skull, yeah. Yeah, just a bunch of crap. Crap. No, I got some good little charms here and stuff. I don't know. This little blade I was thinking about keeping for a Warlock if I start a new Warlock. The only reason to start a new character for me would be to get the socket quests. And then, yeah, runes. The other day, I got a Cham rune in cows, and then about an hour later, I got another one from just a random monster inside the tower, where the Countess is. And then we've got 6 fowls, 5 lem, 2 pole, 3 a mal, an ist. Callie managed to get an ohm. She actually made an ohm the other day, so she gave it to me, so I made Call to Arms. It did not roll good, but it's our first one, so it'll work. I think Battle Command went 5, and it could have went 6. Battle Orders went 2, and it could have went 6. And then Battle Cry went 3, and I think it could have went 5 or 6, or maybe it's just 3. I don't know. But yeah. Right now we're doing Mage Fist, Stone of Jordan, Sling Ring, Coven because of the FCR. I would switch to my Shaco, but the FCR is not there, so I need faster cast rate. I've got a 35 FCR Spirit on the front bar and on the back bar, which is huge. Those are really nice to have. An Enigma. Got the Geed's Wager Troll Belt, which rolled 19 on faster run walk and 19 on FCR. Those could have went 20. Those are damn near perfect. 4 riders. Got a frickin' Geed's charm with almost 40 MF. That's pretty good.
Good day.
The Chieftain trash. Trash. It's on the ground. It's trash.
Not in town.
What am I doing? It's that sweet, sweet trash. You just ate a burger with a fork? You should have ate it like the CEO. The CEO of McDonald's eats his burger the way I used to eat fucking broccoli. Exactly. The bun is what makes the burger. Without the bun, it's just meat.
Welcomes you.
You're just eating meat. Like, I don't think it was a live stream, you know. Maybe it was, and that's why the guy did it like that. But, dude. Don't follow me over here, male ladder. Yeah, like imagine who was their PR person that watched that video or was like making that video, right? Because there's a team of people. The CEO didn't upload that shit. I want to see the behind the scenes where he's like just like spitting it out really fast, like, ugh! Like sitting there wiping on his tongue with his fingers. It's like when Stifler, or the guy that played Stifler, was trying to give Will Ferrell mouth to mouth in Old School, and he comes up, he's like, ugh! That's the same thing the CEO of McDonald's did after the cameras cut. And his burger experience. $101. I haven't felt right about eating McDonald's ever since I saw that video years ago of the guy who left a McDonald's cheeseburger in his coat pocket. This guy left a McDonald's cheeseburger in a coat pocket, and then it was sitting in his, it was hung up in his closet for like 10 years, and he took it out, and it fucking didn't look any different, dude. Like it hadn't fucking like started to decompose or anything. Oh good, another Ort rune. A plated belt. That could be a IK belt, but I can't fucking get to it. There it is. You got a new phone? That's weird. Did you get one of those jitterbugs? No cutesy symbols, no flashy lights, just a phone. Well, I think if you had that, you probably wouldn't be here. I don't even think they fucking make those anymore. I feel sorry for old people, though, that don't even understand technology enough to use a smartphone. Gross. I don't know how I feel about doing this with other players. You know, all the high runes I've found were on P1. Like, I know the drop rate's supposed to be better with more players, but I ain't finding shit with more players. It's not a jitterbug, motherfucker. You went from an iPhone to an Android and you don't like it? I bet. It's probably way different. It's like going from a Mac to a like an actual PC or something. Wait, this is open lobby. That's gonna be fucking done. I'm gonna go to my own. Yeah, I tried Android back when it was like the iPhone 4. And you know, it was okay, but it just wasn't. You know, their whole fucking slogan back then was Droid does. And yeah, no it don't. No it don't. There are some cool Droid phones, you know. I will admit that, like, iPhone is kind of bland in its design these days, you know, and it does feel like you're just getting, like, the same phone. They're like, now with 4 cameras instead of 3. I wonder how many cameras are on the phone that you can't see. Like, there's got to be one on the side of the phone somewhere, you know? Like, there's cameras that we don't know about on the phone. Almost sure of it. Just like I think there's probably cameras in a lot of the smart TVs. Probably cameras in smart fridges, smart washing machines, all that shit's all fucking, it's just a surveillance apparatus. One, 2, and 2 on the keys. But yeah, it's Neelathok's temple. I should be hitting that like a maniac right now. Oops, wrong button. Whoa. Look at this mob pack. Holy shit. So I learned how to do Neelathok's temple. When you come in here to the halls of Vought, there can be eyes on this panel right here that I'm looking at, and if they are here, then it will be down this way. There can also be eyes on this panel right here, and if they are here, then it'll be down this way. There can be eyes on this panel right here, and if they are here, then it'll be up that way. And since the eyes are right here on this panel, then I know that he's up this way. He's a bastard with all these spiders in here. Plus, it's a little scary with it being terrorized because everything's a couple levels higher. And it's like everything's really fast right now. There's also a pattern to the first part of Halls of Pain. Like when you come in here. If you see eyes in this corner panel right here, then you're going to be able to teleport through this wall to your right. And then the stairs are going to be over here to the right. Okay. Yeah, you need to run this over and over for the chance to get keys, right? Like I just got a key of destruction. That puts me at 3 keys of destruction behind my head. Maybe. You can kind of see it. And I've got 2 keys of hate and 1 key of terror. He's liking this upper corner for some reason. He likes to drop nothing. Yeah. There's 3 different bosses that drop the keys, right? Like Neelithok drops the key of destruction. Fucking the summoner in Arcane Sanctuary drops the key of hate, and then the Countess can drop, or does drop, the key of terror. But it's rare, dude. Like, I don't think there's any exact. Maybe there is like a rate to it. I don't know. I think you got like a 1 in 14 or something like that chance that they drop a key, but it's not set to that either. It doesn't mean you're going to get it every 14. Also, there's a chance they can drop double. I've seen them drop 2 keys at once. Death Mask, that's probably a Towels, and I've gotten about 7 or 8 of these so far. So I'll throw it on the ground. That's a good early mask for your mercenary, but once you get an Andariel's, you don't need that anymore, and then no one needs that anymore. Nothing. You have 1 key from the Countess? Oh, good. I have 1, 2, and 3. Lots of crap. Callie wants to come home. She should be allowed to because it's her goddamn birthday. Even the military tries to give you your birthday off. Hey, 317, how's your human zoo doing? Ah, come on. You don't know? You haven't been keeping up with them? You're not feeding and watering them? All the humans escaped. God damn it. This is why we need walls. Why we need borders. What kind of human zookeeper are you? It's fucking Monday, you guys. I think. Is it Monday? Dude, I ate too much edibles this weekend. Callie made me some extra potent Rice Krispie treats using Fruity Pebbles. She basically made like a slime almost because they were sticky, but also not sticky. It's the weirdest thing. Like when you touch it, it feels like it's going to stick to you, but then when you set it down, it doesn't. They also don't stick to anything else. I think it's because there's just so much oil in them. What happens to werewolves during solar eclipses? That would be interesting. Wait. During a solar eclipse, so the moon is going to block out the sun, right? But it's going to be a full moon, so it's going to make the werewolves turn to werewolves in the daytime. I think this was covered in an episode of, what the hell was that crazy-ass show? True Blood. Ooh, a Tal rune. I only need about 1,000 of those. Actually, I had so many towels yesterday that I had hit 99. And so I started making Rals with them, but now I'm at 91 of those, and then I'll make Orts with those, and then Thuls with those, and yeah, it's just a never-ending cycle of shit. Bullshit runes. Did I see that iceberg? You mean like the iceberg videos? Dude, you know what I think about the Titanic? I don't think there was an iceberg.
I can't do that.
I think it was an act of war. Maybe one of the worst U-boat sinkings in history. But we don't want to give people any kind of credit for that, you know, and it would be better to have people thinking that it was just an accident. So that's what I think. Like, I'm pretty sure the Lusitania was sunk not too long. You know, it was a couple years, I think, but it wasn't too long after that. And it was because it was believed to be transporting munitions and shit, right? Maybe that's part of the cover-up story for the Titanic, is maybe it was carrying a bunch of shit it wasn't necessarily supposed to be. Nope. Maybe you did. I just have a hard time trusting, like, the official narratives of things now, especially, like, pre-internet days when they could really control said narratives. Like, we don't fucking know. We know what they wanted us to know, and that was pretty much it. We got a key. Like, I don't believe we landed on the moon. And the reason I don't believe we landed on the moon is because everybody's struggling to do it now. I haven't seen nobody walking on the moon now, you know? Why not? If we could do it in the 60s with that technology, why can't we do it now? This doesn't make any sense. What's up, Boom? Have you looked in a mirror on the moon? Is that what you're telling me? You've seen them? I mean, it's possible to put satellites and shit around the moon, but we're talking about human beings getting out of the spaceship, walking around on the moon. No one's doing that. And all the people who are just trying to simply land probes and stuff on the moon are having a really hard time with that. Like, their little satellites and whatnot are bouncing, or... Ooh, we got double key of destruction drop. Nice. Yeah, it just seems weird. Like, you would think if we did it 50 years ago, that they'd be able to just fucking do it really easily today. The other thing I struggle with is the fact that they deleted all the files, right? Like, the reason we can't just simply copy what they did back then is because we don't know. Because there's no files for it anymore. They deleted everything. All the records of everything that they did to get people on the moon in the 60s are gone. And we don't know how they built the shit, right? And for some reason we can't figure it out today. Like, how is it that a bunch of chain-smoking dudes in the 1960s with just like calculators figured this shit out? You know, and then today we've got like AI and fucking supercomputers that can simulate things all the way down to like, you know, fucking centimeters and shit, and they're like, oh yeah, we don't know how they did it. Like, I just think it's weird that, like, our government basically gave NASA a blank check to get to the moon, you know. JFK was like, yep, we're going to do it. I don't care what it costs. We're going to get it done. And then we go with that sort of idea, right? We're no money is no object. We're going to get it done no matter what. Wouldn't we want to keep a record of all that? The other thing is we've had this two-party system where both parties are trying desperately to point the finger at the other forever. And so, you know, like if there was huge fraud or waste in the space program, that would have been like a a hot ticket item, basically, right? Like that would have been something that either party could have ran on, basically. But we just don't know. We just don't know anything. We don't know how they did it or how to do it again. You believe that sometime in the future the government is going to be forcing people into breeding? I think in the future the government will force men into breeding. First of all, they're gonna consider natural birth to be highly dangerous, even unethical. You know, because it's too risky for the whammons to shit the watermelon, basically. So they're gonna fucking ban that. You know, which that'll come along with pretty much banning men from doing anything real with the whammons. Like if we, you know, put our thing where it goes, that'll probably be considered some form of assault, just in general. And then they'll have like a select few men that are considered, you know, genetically superior. It'll be like the perfect date that these women think they're gonna get on Tinder or some shit, you know. If you're like a super athlete or something like that, you're gonna end up stuck in some fucking milking factory where they sit there and fucking milk you and use your sperm for reproducing with you know, the whammons, but in an artificial way. Like the babies will be carried to term in, you know, some sort of other apparatus, maybe even a man. You know, they may make men start carrying babies and delivering them through some weird perversion of science, you know. They're like, men can handle this. Like, I just see that being a thing more and more. Like, men are just like the worker drones of society. Women are going to run everything. And it's really because us men allow it, you know. It's just the way it is. I think a lot of men, like, cause this shit to happen, you know. We fucking get after each other in ways that the women can't, and we end up enforcing a lot of the really stupid ideas that women have, and now society is in a shit snare. Women won't even talk to you unless you got some high-paying job with status. Yep. You've got to have a 12-inch cock. You got to be making at least $1 million. Ooh, it's cows. You got to be making at least $1 million every single year, maybe even every month. You gotta know how to cook, clean, sew, fucking all that shit that women don't do anymore. Well, some of them do. I can't say they don't, because there are some damn good women in the world, and, you know, they still care about families and tradition and keeping the home and all that, and that's pretty awesome. But there's a lot of women that are just bought into this idea that they can do whatever men can do, and then, you know, unfortunately we got women making decisions for the whole fucking world, and really it's only men that have to deal with the consequences of these decisions. We're the ones that have to go to war. We're the ones that have to die if fucking the ship sinks, you know. They get the lifeboats, they get all the luxury of everything, all these fucking appliances. Everything in your house is made so a woman has an easier life. That's true.
Impossible.
Impossible. What's in there? Get out of there. Yeah, the feminists made you get a job. Maybe. Yeah, 317. When I was a kid, we had to watch The Quest for Fire in class. Which, in that show, in that movie, it basically depicts, what's it called? It depicts fucking cave people and how they lived, right? And there is a scene in there where there's a full on grape scene that we had to watch in school. I always thought it was kind of weird. Have I tried PD2? What is that? Yeah, I think it just depends on what time period you live in as far as how things are perceived. You know, back in the ancient times, there probably was a lot of people marrying people at a very young age. And by today's standards, that would be seen as some form of PDF. But back then, you know, when people only lived to be 40 years old, 13 was a quarter of your life, damn near, right? So, you know, it kind of makes sense as to why they would probably want to do things a little earlier in life.
I am overburdened.
A 4-socket cryptic axe, but it's not ethereal. Project Diablo 2, much better than Resurrection and active multiplayer, just doesn't have Warlock. Most D2 players have played. Just thought I'd share if you ever wanted to look into it. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I've just seen that there's like a fan-made fucking 3D version of Diablo 2 that people are working on. Or somebody's working on it. It looks kind of good. I don't like stepping into the cows like that. Oh. Boo. I'm pretty sure all of history is written, and that's why it's called history, because there's a written record. But prehistory is the time from when there was no written record, and most of our human experience is contained within prehistory, or the prehistoric times. They don't even know, dude. Like, when I was a kid, they said that, humans started, or that they've got traces of humans going back, like, maybe 50,000 years. But nowadays, they're talking like, oh, we're finding shit from 250, 300,000. Like, they keep pushing the dates back further and further. They keep finding things, too, That's what's weird. It's like, I think it's weird that people put much stock into, like, I don't know, things like the fossil record or all that shit, like archaeology and how old civilization could be or whatever, because we just don't know. Every time we find something, shit changes. Look at Göbekli Tepe in fucking Turkey. We found that place, and it's changing history so much as far as, like, the dates and shit, that they have basically, like, put a limit on how much we can explore of that place for the next 100 years. I think just to slow down the discovery of how old it is, right? Because they don't want people to just all of a sudden know, oh yeah, by the way, there was people doing this shit fucking 20,000 years ago. Like, I don't know, it's weird. Like, we're gonna limit how much we dig up that place for the next 150 years or something like that. Like, why are they drip feeding the content? Who do I think is the worst person on the internet right now? Fucking Hamas Piker. Without a question. Well, I heard that shit. Yeah, the other day, Hamas Piker said some really fucked up things about the veterans, and he was talking to a vet, but, he was talking about vets in general, and, yeah. Dude wants a punch right in the face, it would seem. I don't know how he's went so long with a nose that straight. Garbage land out here. Yep. He's a douche, and he's a big spoiled fucking baby. I'd like to do, like, the street beefs thing with him. That would be kind of fun. Yeah, Cyrax is a fucking weirdo fuck that's probably got a bunch of different, versions of Down syndrome and shit, dude. So, like, as much as you want to hate him, it's probably not all his fault, right? But Hassan is literally got a fully functioning brain, and he uses it to be a fucking piece of shit. And, he really, really deserves to get his ass kicked. And, if he would be inclined to meet me at Street Beefs, I will do it for him. I'll fucking give him the beat down that he's always fucking needed, I guess. Since Daddy wouldn't do it for him when he was a little kid, I'll fucking do it. There's like a whole generation of swelled up fucking pussies that think gym muscles are fucking scary or some shit. It's like, dude, fuck off. Like, any man knows that fucking like the muscle you get at the gym all fucking swelled up with water ain't shit. You want to see some real muscle, go find some guy laying some fucking bricks somewhere and look at his forearms. All these fucking gym rats. Like, oh, I'm so badass because I spend all day in the gym. Okay. Until you go to fight and you find out that you can't fucking move for 5 seconds.
Greetings.
Oh yeah, I've already done all that.
Good day.
Yeah, Cyrax is just a lol cow, dude. So, you know, whatever he's doing to get attention is just that. It's just attention-seeking behavior from a person that's clearly got a bunch of issues. And I think to a certain extent that's the same thing with Hassan. He wants attention. You know, and he's pissed off that Asmongold gets more attention than he does. Because in his mind, he's thinking, but I drive a Ferrari and I've got the most expensive dog breed and I'm just super interesting. Oh my God, sis. You guys, you shouldn't be watching Asmon. He's just a degenerate weirdo. And what he doesn't understand is that most people don't have a Ferrari or the most expensive fucking dog breed or think that fucking Iran should fucking win the war. So most people don't really identify with you, Hassan. We don't get you at all. We don't understand what it's like to be a spoiled fucking rich motherfucker like you. We just don't get that. We don't. We understand Asmon because he sits there living off of the fucking dollar menu for 20 years like we all fucking had to. Not you, motherfucker, who sits there with your rich little ivory tower bullshit trying to tell everybody what it's like to be poor and all the reasons why everything's fucked up. Motherfucker, you're the reason. You and people like you, Hassan, are the fucking reason everything's fucked up. You know, because when fucking Obama wanted to give Iran fucking $250 billion in the middle of the night so that they could use it to make nuclear fucking bombs, we told you motherfuckers that was a bad idea, right? We said, hey, you know, that's kind of a bad idea. And they said, oh, no, you're just racist. You just don't like Obama because he's black. And so that's what we lived with for 8 fucking years. Every single fucking thing that motherfucker did was a bad idea. But we couldn't fucking say anything about it because we had stupid asshole motherfuckers like Hassan sitting there going, oh, you can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that. Guess what? We don't care what you motherfuckers say anymore about what we can and can't say. You got the First Amendment, so do we, motherfucker. So guess what? We're going to say what we want. Hamas piker? You fucking terrorist? And really, we got to tone it down. I can't fucking say exactly what I want, because if I could, I'd be saying some really evil shit about Mr. Hassan fucking Piker and what I actually want to do to his fucking face. But I'll just keep it to myself, because that's the world we live in. Hassan could say anything he wants about me, but if I say exactly what I think about him, I'll probably get in trouble. So we'll just keep it at that. You know, and I think I'm getting kind of past the point in my life where I want to even say anything. I don't want to say fucking anything to these motherfuckers anymore. There's no point in saying things to them. We're past the time for talking, basically. It's time to do things to these people now. That's it. No more fucking arguments. No more trying to explain our position. It's just time to fucking do things that make fucking sense. And fuck everybody who thinks otherwise. I don't care. Fuck you. Fuck you and your stupid fucking crybaby bitch opinion. You think you're the one making me upset right now, dude? It's the world. Like, I share a post on YouTube about Joy Reid saying some really fucking evil shit, and I called her a country music singer, dude. I didn't even call her a cunt. I called her a country music singer. Which, sure, you can interpret it as cunt if you want to, but I didn't say those words, right? And for that post, I got fucking re-education on YouTube. I had to fucking delete the post, then I had to go through this whole fucking questionnaire fucking thing where it asked me all these stupid asshole questions as if I'm some fucking libtard, and you basically have to fucking answer it a certain fucking way or you don't fucking finish the re-education. So they fucking do that shit, right? Like, they're re-educating our asses in real fucking time. And I don't believe it. I don't fucking care. I'll say what I got to get, you know, my shit back, but that's what I had to go through, you know? And then fucking Hassan can sit there and say, like, the most evil shit, and he just gets away with it. Yeah, I'm banned on Twitter forever, basically. You know why I'm banned on Twitter? The first thing I said was that Antifa shall be hunted. I didn't say I was going to hunt them. I didn't say we needed to hunt them. I just said they will be hunted because I believed that. In 2016, I said that, right? So that was strike one. The next strike, this fucking chick out of nowhere tweets at me and says that I have a sad, pathetic little dick. I tweeted back at her that my dick would make me and him a sandwich, which was a joke because obviously my dick can't eat a fucking sandwich, right? But she gets to say whatever she wants about my dick. When I talk about my dick making her make me a sandwich, I get banned. That's how it went. You know, and then Elon bought fucking Twitter, and they were talking, oh, yeah, we're going to unban a whole bunch of people, blah, blah, blah. And so I go on there, and I'm still banned. And then I had them look into my ban, and they were like, yeah, you're still banned. Like, it's just amazing, dude. Like, I feel like I'm not even allowed to exist on the internet. Because I'm a fucking disabled veteran with beliefs that the fucking powers that be don't want people to hear. That's what I think. I've sat here for years saying things that they don't want anyone to know. The few of you that have found me are lucky as fuck, because who else can? Like, I sit here live for 5 fucking minutes with nobody in here because the fucking algorithm tries its best to hide me. Ooh, there's a herald in here. I think a lot of people do. YouTube is fucking around with a lot of people's shit. You know, I think it was a lot better when YouTube was mainly like a U.S. platform, and it was mainly being watched by people in the U.S. But now the audience is more international, and they cater more to that international audience than they do a U.S. audience. And our beliefs, our way of life here in the U.S. is just not really the way it is for the rest of the world. You know, so YouTube's going to push what's more popular and more profitable on a world scale, which pretty much means, you know, the end of the USA, because that's pretty much what the globalist elites are trying to do. That's what they so desperately need to have happen, is that the U.S. just ceases to exist, and then they can bring about their dark age of bullshit. Like, imagine a world kind of like the Middle Age, or, you know, the medieval times, where you had like kings and queens, but mixed with the technology we have now, or maybe the technology we're going to have, you know, in a few decades. Like, there's basically going to be a ruling class that will have control of like all the computers, the AI, all the fucking robots, all that shit. And then there's going to be everybody else. And there really won't be that many everybody else, because there really won't be a need for everybody else. We'll be replaced by all these stupid-ass robots that you see doing jobs at, like, fucking fast food restaurants and shit. Pretty soon, every single person that works in any job will be replaced by that. And then what? What will the elites really want from a bunch of fucking bitchin' fucking peasants? Nothing. And they won't need us anymore. They'll be able to fight their wars without us. They'll be able to do everything they need without us. And I think there's only one thing in the whole world stopping this from happening right now, and it's the United States of America. We're it. Like, if you still believe in the USA of old, you know, and having rights and freedoms and borders and all that, then you represent like the 300 Spartans, basically. You're it. Everybody else is fucking against you.
I am overburdened.
Good day.
I gotta spend some gold because I'm maxed out on gold. We'll gamble some shitty rings. It is possible to get uniques from this, but I have not seen one. I really just do it so I can burn off some of the gold that I have, because otherwise I don't have anywhere to put it. I guess I could leave it on the fucking ground, but then I'm leaving gold on the ground. That's, I don't know. I guess that's probably the better idea. Fuck. Let's see, it went to Durance of Hate. I need keys still, though, so we're going to start hitting tower again. I think even guns are going to become pretty irrelevant soon. You know, the elites have a major problem with us having the Second Amendment because we can fucking use guns to fight back against their tyrannical bullshit, right? Well, not too far from now, they're going to have robots that will basically be immune to normal weaponry. You know, you won't be able to shoot and kill one with a gun. You probably won't be able to kill it at all. You know, and then what? They'll be like, oh, you want your guns? Keep them. Because we've got fucking laser firing fucking robots. We don't need your stupid ass guns. Row, shale, towel. Oh, crap. Yeah, they don't want us armed. That's why they've basically disarmed most of the world. You know, look at Europe. Look at Canada. Look at Australia. But like I'm saying, I think they're gonna make guns irrelevant by coming out with shit that makes guns irrelevant. You know, they'll probably have swarms of fucking like murder drones that can just latch onto your head and blow your fucking head right off your body. You know, it would not take much explosives to achieve that, right? It wouldn't take much of a drone to achieve that. You get some AI facial recognition. And they could seriously just make a drone for each and every one of us. We would hope so. I don't know if you would like the way God would intervene, because his intervention's probably going to be a fucking meteor or some shit. God said he won't destroy the world with a flood ever again, you know, so it's going to be fire next time. Yeah, I hear you there, dude. Well, and it's not just, like, you got to realize, too, you're not going to be just surveilled like you think. It's going to be chips. Like, they're going to want to start really implanting chips into people soon. And it's going to seem awesome, you know, because they'll be, like, ability enhancements, you know. If you're going to college, you're going to have, like, kids in your class that will have the chip. And so after class every night, they'll be able to go to their dorm and hook up to a computer and just download the information to their brain. They won't have to study. They will just know things. Or, you know, maybe they'll link our brains with these AI systems, right? So when you go to think about something, you're pulling the information from like Grok or some shit, right? So people will just know everything without knowing anything. Like, you could be the smartest person on Earth. You won't be able to compete with the people who have these chips and shit. So basically, everybody's going to have to get the chips in order to be able to be, you know, competitive. And I think it won't even be competitive. It'll be kind of like our cell phones, you know. Imagine living your life right now without a cell phone. And, you know, where everybody else has one. Like, what can you do with a smartphone, right? You pull it out, you can look up shit on the fly. And, like, with chips, like I'm saying, it'll just be in your fucking head, so... Like, it will be a major advantage. There might be other chips as well, right? Like think Cyberpunk, you know, you'll have performance-enhancing chips, things that make you run faster, things that make you jump higher. Like, how are you going to be a competitive athlete in a world where people are cyborgs, basically? You know, and then really where this is all going to start and where all technology gets pushed to the forefront is in military applications. So probably already now, we've probably got special forces units that are being augmented with machines and chips and all sorts of weird shit so that they can track and do their jobs even better. You know, like, we've got this land warrior system where you can wear this helmet and you've got a heads-up display and you can see your fellow soldiers and whatnot on the HUD. Well, if you put a chip inside their body, or I guess, you know, for now we could do it with their gear, but I guarantee it's going to be something they're going to want in their body, right? But basically, you chip these people, and then you'd be able to see them through anything. You'd be able to see them through walls. You'd be able to see them at any distance. The keys. Yeah, it's kind of scary, dude, when you really think about it. Like, just imagine the Nazis if they had the technology that we're going to have in a couple of years, or that we have now, right? And what they would do you know, to spy on the people and limit people's freedom. I don't think you really have to imagine it. I think if you look at the UK, you can pretty much see it. Like, you got people getting arrested for thought crimes, for crimes of thought. You thought wrong, motherfucker. Where the hell is the door? Okay. There it is. Yeah, you know, I could sit here and sell out. I could fucking tell you guys all the stupid shit that everybody else is telling you, you know. And then YouTube would see me more favorably. They would promote my channel. I would have a way bigger channel. I would get more money, everything. But I would have to compromise everything I believe. You know, I'd have to say things that I know aren't true. And I refuse to do that. You know, and then you got the weirdo fucks in Hollywood who have literally been doing all this weird shit for decades, man. Since, like, at least the 80s, maybe even the 70s, maybe even before that, right? Like, they've been doing all this weirdo shit with the kids. And it's like, you know, it would be one thing if these people were just sitting on TV saying things that they knew weren't true. But it's a whole other when you're actually going along with shit like that. You know, and you're part of that whole world. And that's what it is. If you want to be rich and famous in this world, like really, really rich and famous, it's not just knowing the wrong things and saying them out loud. It's doing the wrong things and not saying anything about it when you know everybody's doing it. And that's all of Hollyweird. That's all of fucking the music industry. Probably all of professional sports. You know, they're all in it together. And they've been that way for decades. I haven't even seen it, dude. It's like when they would say, you'll never work in this town again, right? Because they control the whole industry. And if you piss one of them off, then the whole industry is pissed at you, and you will not get a job, you will not get a movie deal, you won't be in any kind of fucking commercial, nothing, if you fucking get that, you know, those words said to you, right? And the way you get those words said to you is by going to one of their weird little snuff parties and then saying, oh man, that was evil, I don't think I want to be a part of this. And then they say, well, you're never going to work in this town again. You know, I love breaking this down straight up shotgun style like this, and then people will come in and be like, have you seen the latest Marvel movie? And I'm just like, no, motherfucker, because I'm not going to sit here and give millions of dollars to people that we all know are fucking doing evil shit with that money. It's fucking embarrassing, dude. We used to buy the new DVDs every Tuesday and shit. Or we used to go to the movies every fucking weekend hoping to see these people and what they were pretending to do this time. Like, we gave them that life that they have sat there pissing away by fucking being weirdo motherfuckers, man. Like, we gave them our adoration. We gave them the millions of dollars that they have to fucking do the crazy crimes that they're doing, you know? And so, like, once you see it like that, it's really hard to keep going along with it, right? Like, keep slapping your hard-earned money down on the counter so you can give it to a bunch of elite pedophiles who are going to waste it on fucking who knows what, dude. I think I'll be fine if I don't set foot in a movie theater ever again. I feel the same way about pro sports, too. I think it's crazy that there's people that year after year, like, show some crazy support for a professional sports team that one year is probably going to move to another fucking city because there's really no loyalty to the town or the place that they're in. And then the whole sport's just fake, dude. Like, I don't know. Like, especially with how, like, in our face they're getting with sports gambling and shit. It's really hard to not notice just how tied to the bookies these games really are. Your favorite movies are some of the most obscure, low-budget shit you can find. You know what my favorite movie is? Monty Python and the Quest for the Holy Grail. That was a really low-budget movie from back in the day, and it still is funnier than shit. I think if you're looking to emulate a certain style of low-budget movie, that is where you start. Because, man, fucking classic. Another one that you should watch is Clerks. I don't really like Kevin Smith as of late. He's definitely one of the weirdos of Hollywood for sure. But, you know, Clerks was a very low-budget movie from back in the day that I think he made it with like $25,000 or something, which basically started his career. Like, to me, when one of these elites comes out and says some awful shit about Trump or just something that I know isn't really that true, I know that they are compromised, right? Like, they are definitely on some sort of list. probably not the Epstein list, because, you know, he was just one fucking dude. Well, and honestly, I think the Epstein list was being made by the people who are sitting here today trying to act like they're pissed off about who's in it. You know, it was the U.S. government in coordination with several other governments as far as all their different intel services were gathering information, you know, and trying to fucking collect all sorts of dirt on anyone that could potentially gain office in the future. That was the whole point of the op. We want to try to gather dirt on everybody, and hell, if you can't gather dirt on people, we'll make the dirt by creating these scenarios where people come together and they do really awful things, and we film it. You know, this whole concept of Jeffrey Epstein just flying under the radar and not being known to the feds is fucking insane to me. I saw Asman say that shit yesterday on one of his videos, that the government just didn't know what Epstein was doing, and so that's why he was getting away with all that shit. And I'm thinking, how can you be that fucking retarded that you would think that shit? Like, you really think they didn't know? I guess it's scarier to think what I think, which is that they did fucking know and that they were, you know, directing him to do it. I think that's what a lot of people try to do. Like, they can kind of, like, grasp the concept of what I'm trying to say, but it's too scary. You know, it's safer to think, no, it's the Orange Man, or it's, you know, whatever the fuck the narrative is. That's, like, always going to be the less scary fucking thing. Like, we don't want to think that the 400,000+ children that go missing in the United States every year are probably being harvested for their organs and different chemicals that are produced in our bodies, but that's probably what it is. Like, every single career politician in the U.S. government, everybody that you could go back to the 90s and see on C-SPAN that is still in the government today, I guarantee you they're a part of the Epstein list as far as they were involved and they were downed by said list, right? Like, they probably got files on them. They've got footage of the things that they did, but they're never going to release that stuff because these people are willing to go along with their bullshit. So they take that file and they keep it separate from the files of people who they can't control. And that's the whole point. The whole point of the whole operation was to try to gather dirt or create dirt on people that they didn't think they could control, until they got them into a place where they could control them, right? Because if I come at you with fucking video evidence of you doing some really heinous shit with a whole bunch of other elites, you know, you're probably going to sign a blank fucking piece of paper and say I can do whatever I want. And I think that's what's happened to a lot of these elites. You know, and sometimes I think they actually do want to do good. Like, I think Obama probably wanted to actually implement hope and change. Like, he may have wanted to do those things when he went into office. But then once they showed him the files that they had on him and the things that they knew about him, he had to go along with whatever the shit was. Or maybe he was just always going to turn and do the opposite of what he said when he ran. But, you know, that's what I think happens. I think a lot of people get into politics thinking they're going to do one thing. Then they find out, you know, they find out a lot of things. First of all, they find out that the thing they wanted to do is not even possible. And then they probably find out, you know, some of the shit that's been going on already. You know what, dude? I think he is too. And I think that's what makes us like a strong businessman. You can't have somebody sit there and just fucking like walk all over you in a negotiation, you know. And so Trump is a prick, and he says things like a prick, but it's direct, it's to the point, and he often wins the argument and gets things his way when it comes to a negotiation, and it's because he's a fucking prick. And you know what? That's what I voted for. I'm sick and tired of people saying carefully crafted lies. Obama would sit there and say things in a really eloquent way. Oh, he's such a good speaker. Oh yeah. But you can sit there and say it in a great way, but if it's a fucking lie, I don't want to hear it. You know? Like, I get that Trump's a prick, and that's literally why I voted for him. You know, and if people think Trump's a prick, they don't want to talk to me. Because I'll say things that will make Trump blush. Like, I had one of my friends say that back in his first term, that they wished he would speak more presidential. And I was like, oh, so you want him to lie to you? And make it sound good. That's pretty much what we've gotten from every president in the past, you know. And the reason Obama would say things the way he would is because then when it gets used later in a sound clip, there's nothing really there. There's no fucking answer there. You know, and so no one can turn around and be like, oh, look what Obama said about this. But Trump don't give a fuck. You know? And so he's going to say it how he wants to say it, and you can edit it and do whatever you want with it, but the people who actually know what he said and why he said it understand what it was, you know. And if you want to believe the edited bullshit, then that's on you. But that's honestly what I appreciate about Trump the most, is that he's just going to say things the way they are, whether it hurts your feelings or not. I have, like, maybe some sort of flaw in my brain, I don't know, but it makes me desperately want to tell people things that they probably don't want to know, you know. And so, again, I can greatly appreciate Trump doing that, because where, you know, some people think, oh, shit, I don't want to have to tell this person something because it's going to hurt their feelings. I'm the opposite way. I'm sitting there holding on to this information going, fuck, man, I got to tell this motherfucker. I got to tell him. And I know it's going to be like a hand grenade in my friendship, but I don't fucking care because it's the truth. And I'm going to fucking lay it out for you no matter what. Like, they treat us like fucking babies, you know? Coming out and lying to us. Just tell us what the fuck is going on. I just want to know when's the military tribunals for Obama, because obviously he fucking aided the enemy when he gave them the billions of fucking dollars in pallets on, you know, in the middle of the night. So when the fuck does that motherfucker face justice for that? Like, every death that's occurred in this fucking conflict is on him, because he's the one that fucking funded this shit. We fucking told these motherfuckers it was a bad idea. They didn't want to fucking listen, and now we're all living with the consequences, and they want to sit there and blame somebody else. fucking CNN sitting there bitching about how Trump's describing the fucking IRGC and shit. Like, oh, he's being really racist with his description of the enemies that are trying to kill us and have been calling for our deaths for fucking decades. Yeah, he's really mean about it. And I'm just like, good. I just think it's the whole Epstein Files thing is really weird to me too, right? Because in the beginning, it was only Trump supporters that really wanted the files to be released, because the assumption was that it was a whole bunch of anti-Trumpers that were in there, you know, and so that was why we wanted it released. All of us Trump supporters wanted it released, and all the people who were anti-Trump said for years that it didn't exist. You know, but now that they think that it's all about Trump, that's all they talk about. And it's like everybody who we, you know, told them for years was a part of it too. They're just like, yeah, that they don't matter though. We don't really care about Bill Clinton or Bill Gates or any of the fucking numerous fucking celebrities that are in there. We just care about one name. The guy who fucking had the whole thing released. Yeah, that's true. The truth will piss you off. You know, that's something they say about both sides, right? If you want to piss off a Democrat, you lie to him. Or no, I said that wrong. If you want to piss off a Republican, you lie to him. If you want to piss off a Democrat, you tell him the truth. I got people telling me online that gas is higher than it's ever been. Like, I just went and gassed up my truck, I think, day before yesterday, and it was like $3.21 a gallon, which is kind of high, but I live in Montana, you know, and we're kind of at the end of some supply chains and shit, so I get it. You know, we do pay a little bit more. But it ain't no 5 fucking something a gallon that it was under Biden. Like, under Biden, it literally hit the record. It hit the highest price in the history of ever. But these people are trying to tell me that because of Trump, gas is super high. When gas hit the record price under Biden, when I was telling these people, hey, you know, Biden shut down the Keystone Pipeline, he fucking literally got into office saying that he was going to war with the oil industry, and then the gas hits fucking the record price that it's ever been, and these leftards told me then that the president does not establish the price of gas, that he can't even affect the price of gas. But then when Trump gets into office, they're just all about blaming him for the price of gas, and I'm like, dude, so which is it? Either the president can affect the gas prices, and Biden did, or they can't, and Trump has not. Like, which is it? It's like the Ukraine war. We're supposed to support Ukraine no matter what, right? Well, fucking Iran was sending drones to Russia so that they could use them to blow up Ukraine. So Iran is allies with Russia and fighting against Ukraine. But then, for some reason, the same people who want to Slava all over Ukraine now want to support fucking Iran. Like, I just don't get it. Like, do they not understand that their support for... Like, if Iran were to win this conflict outright, then you would see Iran start making drones and shipping them all over the goddamn world to use them to blow up fucking everybody in our country and fucking all these other allied nations where they're blowing shit up. Like, I try to understand it from their point of view. How they are in full support of Ukraine, but then they also support people who are trying to kill people in Ukraine. Or, you know, like, they didn't have a fucking thing to say about Biden sending billions of dollars to Ukraine to run their government and all that shit, right? Actually, the left does say that that's not true. They'll tell me that we didn't send any actual cash. We just sent bombs and shit like that, right? We actually sold them these things. So we made money, according to these motherfuckers. Which is all false, dude. We fucking gave them like 300 or 200 and something billion dollars. So did a lot of European nations, all just chipped in and gave them money, basically. You know, and it's all fine and dandy when we're slaying the orcs, right? Like, that's what they were saying about the Ukraine war, is they were calling the Russians fucking orcs and saying, oh, we gotta slay the orcs. But then, you know, the allies of Russia that are literally arming and helping them kill Ukrainians, I guess, they get a pass because I don't know why. Actually, I think I do know. I think it literally comes down to like the perception of racism. Leftists don't want to be perceived as racist, and so they will do whatever it takes to avoid that. Even supporting the enemy in a fucking obvious situation like this, because if they were to support the good guys, then they would be supporting white people, basically. Like, Israel is pretty much a nation of white people, and so that's why they fucking hate it. That is literally why the left hates Israel, and that's why they support Iran in this fight, because all they see is a brown person versus a white person, and so they don't give a fuck about anything else. They just have to support the brown person. And to me, that makes them incredibly racist, because that's literally all they see is the race of people. They don't understand anything else beyond that. They don't care about the history or the geopolitical fucking situation. They just see race. That's why they don't want voter ID. That's why they'll literally say that black people don't know how the internet works. Because they're fucking a bunch of racist fucking bumpkin idiots that have never left the towns they live in. That's a big thing that I see with the left as well. You got people who fucking haven't left the town they were born in, trying to tell people from Iran what things are like in Iran. You know what, 317? The United States is friends with Russia. We have been operating the International Space Station alongside them for like the last 35 years. Like, we've got astronauts in space. Literally our most, like, you know, our smartest, our best and brightest people are up there in space with Russia's best and brightest people. And they've been up there doing little science experiments and whatever they do on the ISS for, like I said, the last 35 years. You know, when I was a little kid, the Berlin Wall fell. The Berlin Wall fall. But yeah, the Berlin Wall fell, right? And that was basically the end of the USSR. That was pretty much the end of the Cold War, and that was when relations and everything improved with us and Russia. And then sometime after Trump started running for office, the government decided that they could use Russia as this classic boogeyman that they had always been using, and so that's what they did. And they start, coming out with all this Russia collusion nonsense and all this other stupid shit. And you got a lot of older folks in the U.S. that buy into that because they have their whole lives. When I was a little kid, we had to get under our desks at school because Russia was maybe going to blow us up. So there was that fear there of Russia, even for me as a little kid in the 80s. So you go back, to the generations before mine, and that was the norm through their whole school life, right? Like for me, we stopped getting under the desks in like 3rd grade or maybe 2nd grade because the Cold War ended. They basically said, yeah, we're not going to fight these motherfuckers, nothing to worry about. You don't have to do the air raid sirens, all that shit. The way motherfuckers have active shooter drills in schools today, we used to do that with fucking, Russia's going to blow us up with nukes. So there's been this constant boogeyman of Russia for decades, basically, but I don't think it's warranted. I don't think Russia really has any interest in fighting us like that, except for, trying to preserve their own ass as well, basically. Like, they've got to proliferate and try to keep up with us. And, maybe they have had some nefarious plans and spy endeavors and shit over the years that has, caused certain tensions or whatever. But I think it's all just back and forth bullshit, It's literally comes back to World War II. Like, our scientists got a bunch of shit from Germany, so did theirs, and we all kind of knew that everybody got some really advanced shit, and we were both nations were scared of each other because we knew what each person got a hold of. But I feel like the same way we work together on the ISS, we need to be working together everywhere else. I don't know. Like, this whole fucking thing is a bunch of bullshit to me. To me, it's really obvious that Islam is a fucking threat to the whole world. They're trying to take over the whole world. And it's a very nasty, fucking savage, barbaric fucking religion that seeks to fucking kill anybody who won't convert. And I think, it shouldn't even be allowed. I don't think Islam should even be allowed to be practiced anywhere in the world. That's what I think. I think every other religion, well, maybe not every other religion, there's probably a couple others that are pretty fucked too, like some of the fake ones like Scientology and shit. But, like, for me as a Christian, no one's ever told me that I need to kill somebody for being a non-believer, I'll pray for you, and that's it. I try to tell you what Jesus did and how I believe that he died for our sins, but if you don't want to believe that, that's on you, and I feel kind of sorry for you. I hope that you eventually believe, but I'm not going to force you to believe it. I'm not going to fucking kill you if you don't believe it. But that is Islam in a nutshell. That's what they do. That's what they're taught. And so when you have a religion that teaches people that they have to kill everybody who's not a part of that religion, what the fuck? And for like 25 years, we've been being told that the Muslims coming into the West, they're the good ones, right? They're the ones that don't really believe the radical bullshit, and they want to fucking, westernize and assimilate. Well, now in the UK, you've got people, Muslims, in Parliament trying to get it to where cousin marriages, underage cousin marriages, are legal. Okay, so the quote-unquote good Muslims who were just here trying to assimilate are now trying to make it to where you can legally marry your 13-year-old cousin in the UK. And the reason I think they want to do that is because then they can legally marry their cousins that are not there in that country and then bring them to the country. You've also got Muslims using this shit as a loophole because they'll marry more than one person, and they say it's part of their religion. So you got dudes with like 5 or 6 wives, and they're all sitting on government assistance or whatever because it's, you know, they all fucking exploit our systems like that. I think people in the UK are literally going to have to start tossing people into the ocean to get their country back. You know, and the fucked up thing is there is actually peaceful Muslims. You know, it's not just like one cookie cutter religion. I think there's like the Sunnis and the Shiites. There's probably a couple other little sects within the religion, you know, and there probably are some people that are actually really peaceful and chill, and, you know, they just want to believe what they believe. And it's a tough thing to deal with, right? You got people on the left who will sit there and say it's all religion. You know, anytime any religion does anything, like when a Muslim blows some people up and says Allah Akbar in the process, they'll say, oh yeah, see, look at how bad religion is. They try to lump all religion in together with that, you know, and I think that's fucked up. Because again, you know, I grew up as a Christian. I was, you know, brought up in a Baptist church, and like for us, the ultimate thing we could do would be to go on a missionary type thing, you know, where maybe I could go to like Somalia or fucking the Congo or some shit and just tell people about Jesus, because there's probably a good chance that they've never even heard about him. You know, and so that's like the whole idea of the Christian mission. We want to go around the world and try to tell people about Jesus, you know, because there's probably a good chance they just don't know. That's pretty much the limit of what we're wanting to do. You know, that's, I don't know of any, like, Christian offshoots or anything like that say we need to be killing non-believers or anything like that. Like, it's just all peaceful. If you really know, like, the word of Jesus and everything, he was willing to pretty much die, and he did die for his beliefs, and you know, without raising a hand. Like, Jesus was the Son of God. He probably could have turned the people crucifying him into pillars of salt, but instead he just died. You know, and to me, that's the hardest part of being a Christian, is this idea that I'm supposed to turn the other cheek and ultimately put up with things that I see as being terrible, you know. Like, I worry for Christianity in general, because I don't know if it will exist in another 100 years. And I think, you know, there might come a day where we're going to need to have another crusade, or Christianity will cease to exist. Hopefully it doesn't have to be like a bloody crusade, you know. Hopefully it'll be like more of like a fucking deportations type deal. Here's the thing that I don't understand. Like, we spend all this money trying to help these other countries, and it's like all we're doing is like fucking around. You know, we need to like help them understand how to actually emulate the United States. Like, you know, I have worked with a lot of Mexicans, and They are resourceful. They're fucking smart. They can figure out shit on a job that you wouldn't even you wouldn't even begin to start figuring it out. And they've already got some weird little idea for it. So they're really good at doing things, right? How come Mexico doesn't just basically copy our constitution, copy our fucking existence, right? How come the rest of the world doesn't do that, basically? And, I think I know why, but it's because the power is not in the hands of the people in a lot of those countries. But, there is a historic precedence for how to get the freedom back to the people. And that's what I see. I think the rest of these countries, they have decent people. They just need to fucking follow in our footsteps, Earn your freedom. Earn your freedom and use it to create a place that's truly great for everyone. That's pretty much what we did here in the U.S. We earned our freedom, and then we created a place that was so great that everybody wants to be here or pretend to be like us. Yeah. Well, it's like I've said before, poor people that are thinking about coming to the United States or any country, they look at how the poor people are living in those countries. And the poor people in the United States of America live better than like 90% of the world population. Like even people living out on the fucking streets live better than most people in the world. So when you're thinking about bringing your family to a whole different part of the world, you've got all these options on what countries you want to go to. Typically, that's what they look at. They look at who has it the best overall. And it's us, pretty much. There's certain aspects of European life that is better, and there's certain aspects of ours that is better, but I think it's overall better here, and that's obvious because, Europe has been trying to copy us, but they did it too fast. This whole diversification of Europe, they've done it way too fast, trying to emulate the U.S., I think. Which, like I was saying, that it would be smart if some of these other countries could do it, I guess. Like, maybe not the multiculturalism thing like we have, but, just copy our fucking laws and shit. The Constitution and all that's right there. You can fucking look it up. I think Europe is fucked, dude. Like, I was watching this thing about Ireland, and there's basically, like, there's nothing that makes an Irish person now, Like, that's the conversation that's being had in Ireland. It's like, what is a stereotypical or just like a good example of an Irish person? Well, there isn't one. Or a British person or a German person. It's all fucking scrubbed away now. Like, if I went on a vacation and I went to France, I would expect to see a bunch of French people drinking coffee and eating French bread, eating, you know, baguettes or whatever, and fucking speaking French and shit, you know? But when you go there, it's going to be a bunch of people from, like, the Congo or from fucking Pakistan or some shit. Or, you know, if I go to England and go to a typical restaurant, I'm expecting to have fish and chips or, you know, something British. But now it's, you know, you better expect to have a curry. Yeah, I would like there to be some cultural preservation, I guess. You know, and if you go to the countries where the people coming to England are from, where the, you know, where the curries originate from, you will not experience anything like what you do there. You know, you're going to have all that cultural history and everything still intact. It's like I've said before, no one goes to China and tells the Chinese that they've set up a Chinese supremacy. You know, oh, you've set up this whole system that only benefits the Chinese. How dare you? Like, nobody does that. But that's what they do in the West, you know. They come into our countries, they fucking take advantage of every little program and all this shit that we're giving out. And then they turn around and tell us that we're fucking bad people because we've created a system that somehow only benefits us. And it's like, bitch, you wouldn't fucking be here if it weren't for this system that benefits you. And who created that system? Oh, yeah, it was a bunch of people of European descent. Imagine that. And, you know, if we go to their countries, they're still motherfucking slaves. And then they want to be flipping us shit about how we do things in our country. I know, dude, and, you know, I think we're going to be left no choice in that one of these days. I really do. I think we're going to get pushed right back into a corner until we have to do things that only we are able to do, and then we'll be labeled and, you know, seen as the bad guys for trying to defend ourselves. That's the way I see Israel. You know, Israel is just very good at what they do as far as defending themselves. And when somebody comes along and punches an Israeli in the eye, they're going to grab them, stick their head between their legs, and fucking do like a power bomb into the sidewalk and just break their whole spine into the sidewalk, right? And so if you're the teacher running up and just seeing the power bomb move and seeing the person get their spine broke on the sidewalk, then you think, oh man, that's not very nice. But what you didn't see was what started the fight, you know? Like, these people will sit there and say, my grandparents or my grandfather fought in World War II. He fought Nazis like you in World War II. Yeah, and then what did your grandparents do? Your grandparents established the state of Israel and told the fucking people that they could have a fucking country again. And now you're going to come along fucking decades later and be like, oh no, they're the bad guys. The people that my grandparents saved, they're the bad guys, and you know, we gotta support the fucking terrorists that are telling us all these lies. Like, when the absolute proof comes out that Iran bombed that school of theirs, I want to see some leftists like going out in the street and fucking never mind. They'll never do it. I was gonna say, you know, saying that they were wrong, but yeah, that's never gonna fucking happen. It's not even leftists either, you know. There's a lot of dumbasses on the right too that are going along with this shit. Like, I hate to tell you this, but you can't fucking listen to anything Iran says. You just can't. Because they're fucking liars. They lie and they hope that you will believe their lie. It's just weird to me, too, that, like, you know, in Trump's first term, he pulled our troops out of Syria, and the left lost their shit. They were like, oh, my God, Syria is our ally, which they really weren't, you know. And that was the criticism, though, is that we were abandoning our allies, you know, and then those same people are in the streets today with Iranian flags. You know, that's something also that I think needs to be addressed. Like, imagine the guys coming back from World War II, and then, you know, 10, 20 years later, there was just freaking Nazis in the streets, like, marching around with that flag. What do you think those guys would have done? Like, what am I supposed to do when I see foreign flags of the nations that I know to be my enemy being flown on my streets? What the fuck am I supposed to do? As an oath bearer, as somebody who believes in this country, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Yeah, those guys would have went to war again. Yep. It's like the leftists that hate Trump because he didn't go to Vietnam. You know, they'll call him a draft dodger for not going to Vietnam. But then they also threw buckets of blood on the people who came back from Vietnam, and they'll say that the war was bullshit and all that. And then I'm like, okay, so... And then I'll ask them if they served. Nope, they didn't serve either. So they didn't serve in the military, but they hate Trump because he also didn't serve in the military. And then they think the Vietnam War was unjustified, and they're right about that, but they also hate Trump because he didn't fight in an unjustified war. Well, it's popular, and it gets you clicks, it gets you attention, it's easy, right? You can go on Facebook, YouTube, whatever, and say, fuck Trump, and you're going to have a whole bunch of people from all over the world sitting there agreeing with you. I just watched a video this morning where the guy was kind of breaking this down. He was saying that the U.S. population makes up about 4% of the actual Earth. And then only about half of us actually voted for Trump, right? So about 2% of the U.S. population supports America first and our agenda in that way. You know, and so when 98% of your audience is against you, it is, you know, a lot more beneficial monetarily to go against yourself. And that's what we have. We have people in the United States who are, you know, collecting a neat little paycheck on the internet by sitting here saying things against our own country. And, you know, it's kind of like the Hollywood elites thing, but they're just selling out their country instead of selling out their soul. But I think people who are willing to sell out their country are willing to sell out their soul. You know, like I've said in the past, I could start a whole new YouTube channel and sit on it going free Palestine and fuck Trump and all the buzzwords, right? All the things the algorithm wants to hear. And I guarantee you that channel would blow up fucking like a goddamn balloon, dude. But, you know, what I do here is suppressed and fucking little known. And I think some of the concepts that I come up with are scary to the elites because it's probably what they're actually fucking doing. Yeah, that's all I know to do, man. You guys will know if I sell out because I'll literally start saying the opposite of anything that I've ever said. And I'll have like 200 viewers while I'm doing it. That's the thing. I'd rather it be you guys who are, I think, the lucky ones that have found me. I'd rather it be a small fucking channel where I can engage and actually have conversations with people. Like, I fully get what I would need to do to, you know, to make this a business, to make this a lucrative thing. And I'm not willing to do that. I'm not going to sell out myself or my fucking beliefs for a fucking YouTube channel. You know, it doesn't matter how much money I make on here. It wouldn't matter how big I got on here. There's always going to be some shit that I can't afford or something that I won't be able to do. Like, you're never going to be, like, happy from like, wealth or, you know, fame. That does not come with that. We like to think it does, like, you know, because life is hard when you don't have the money. But look at the elites, dude. Look at all the movie stars and musicians that die young. Because there's nothing there for them to do with all that money, you know, and I think they get bored. They find out that they've sacrificed their, like, anonymity. You know, you sacrifice your peace and quiet to be famous, and then it just comes with a bunch of burden. It doesn't actually come with any benefits. Well, and especially when, to be a rich and famous person like that, you kind of, I think, have to go along with a lot of the evil that the other rich and famous people are doing. Or just be fucking openly hated by them, which, you know, is going to make it really hard for you to be rich and famous if you're openly hated by all the people that are. Like people like Mel Gibson, you know, classic example. Dude basically got canceled for fucking telling us all what the fuck Hollywood was doing. You know, and they will go out of their way to make sure that you get fucked so that you look, you know, discredited or or no one wants to listen to you. And that's the way it was with Mel Gibson. He was just wrote off as this fucking crazy fuck racist. But really, he was right about a lot of shit. Same with Alex Jones. I think Alex Jones basically got fed the false narrative about Sandy Hook, and then he repeated it, you know, and that was pretty much the downfall of his fucking whole shit. But before all that, he was the one that was calling out, you know, the Epstein list, and not just that, but the fact that there's, you know, this satanic cabal of elites that are doing really fucked up things like eating babies and fucking, you know, they're doing satanic rituals with children where they fucking consume their blood. And probably worse than that, you know, I've said it before, if we really knew what these people were doing, I think we'd want them just to be like launched into outer space. Like, just get them the fuck out of here. Like, load them into a cannon and just fire their bits and pieces into space. Like, we don't even need to fucking preserve any of it, you know? Just get them the fuck out of here. Because it's sick, dude. What they've been doing is really fucked up. It's shit that I don't want to say on here. Because I'll probably get in trouble. Just for saying what they did, right? Like, that's what's fucked up. You can't even say out loud the things that these people are guilty of. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. Which it's sad, you know, because as a kid, a lot of people, even myself, I wanted to be some sort of Hollywood actor at some point. That's, you know, a potential dream job, I guess, that maybe one day you could be one of those people, you know, and that'd be neat. But the more I've learned about it, the more I've found out that I am fucking lucky I wasn't born into that shit. Shaco. Goddamn. Could try to trade it. See what a Shaco. Actually, I'm gonna let my dogs out because they haven't been out for like 3 hours. I'll be right back. I am sober as fuck, you guys. This is crazy. Look at my eyes. They're white. It's time for the edible. Maybe. I don't know a whole lot about Chris Chan. I know he's a weirdo. But, there is definitely some social engineering and stuff like that as well, right? Like, I don't think we realize just how much of that is in play, right? Like, when you watch YouTube, for me, it's not very often that I actually type things into the search bar. The recommended seems to provide me with what I want to watch most of the time. But then it also provides me with things that I didn't ask for. And I watch those. And then I think, oh, wow, why am I watching this? And it's all part of that, right? Like, you don't even realize, like, the messages that they're putting in your head through, these weird fucking videos about seemingly nothing, right? I think they use a combination of shit like that to implant concepts or ideas into people's minds that they otherwise wouldn't think of. We're not out searching for this shit. We just happen to see it. TikTok is a real bad example or a real good example of that, right? Because that's pretty much the whole platform. You got people just watching a bunch of shit they didn't even ask for. It's just, oh, what's next? What's next? What's next? Like for softcore ladder, this thing's going for like an ist. Did roll perfect on the MF though. I'll probably do it for an it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't watch that shit. I do watch some YouTube shorts, but it's usually stuff that is not brain rot. Sometimes you can't help what comes next, I guess, right? But most of the time what I'm watching is like useful or informative, I guess. Lobby, create game. Shaiko for ist. See how long it takes. No. The only time trading is lucrative is when you find something you actually fucking want. Then that thing is worth a lot, but you don't want to get rid of it. No, I don't know. There is, if you understand the trading in this game, you can make a lot of runes, or, you can have a way more successful playthrough of the game if you understand the trading. Unfortunately for me, I'm learning that through this ladder. Like the whole point of ladder and playing on ladder is that if you find something really good really early, like the first couple of days, it can be the whole fucking thing. Like it could start you on a crazy journey where you get a lot of good shit. But to do that, you also have to do like the trading website. So there's this whole exterior trading website that I think we're not even supposed to mention because it's illegal or something. So I don't even know, But there's this whole exterior site where you can go on there and you can buy forum gold with real money. And then once you have just a little bit of forum gold, or I think you don't even necessarily have to buy any, right? You just go on there with a fairly decent item. And then you sell it on there and you get a certain amount of forum gold for that item. Then you can use that forum gold to buy other items on the forum. And that's all it is. It's a big trading forum where people list things and trade them for the forum gold. And I'm not sure what the forum gold costs, but there are items that will net you like 15 to 20,000 forum gold. Like, I want to get a jaw rune so that I can make Callie Enigma so that she can teleport like I can, right? And this is the jaw rune right here. This is what I need. I've got 2 cham runes. It takes 2 jaw runes to make a cham rune, but you can't make jaw runes from a cham. So the jaw is just highly, highly sought after. So much so that on the forum, a jaw rune is worth 1,700 forum gold. A cham rune is worth about 250 forum gold. And then, like I said, a jaw is worth 1,700. There's items that are worth 10 times that. Or I think the most anything's ever sold for was like 120,000 forum gold. Like, there are supposedly items on here that are worth more than cars. And there may be some way to actually get the forum gold back into real money, and I think that's why we're not allowed to really talk about it. I think if the government had used Chris Chan as an experiment, he would have went and shot up something, or he would have went and blown himself up. Like, a lot of times when you see these people go and shoot up something, you hear later that they were known to the feds. And that implies that at some point somebody probably called the authorities and said, hey, you need to look at this guy because he's fucking crazy. But what really happened was they did look at that guy. They found him to be incredibly crazy, and then they started fucking with him. They started poking at him and doing all this weird shit. You mistook that floating weapon for a shovel? The hell? It kind of looks like a shovel. But yeah, that's what I think they do. And it's like MK Ultra, I think is what it's called, where, they use all these subversive means to force somebody to go and do something crazy. And then they'll say, this person was known to the authorities. And it's like, yeah, how much did you guys know? Like, you guys knew this guy so well that, you know, you knew what videos to show him, what algorithm to put him on so that he would see this certain content and then end up radicalized and doing some crazy shit. Like, that's what I think is happening in a lot of cases. You know, instead of them finding people and stopping them from doing these things, they would rather they go do these things, right? Because if there's a mass shooting, then they can say, oh yeah, we need to clamp down on the guns, right? Like, the ultimate goal behind all of that is to get rid of people's rights. We're doing pretty good, Ars Nova. Ars. I don't know. But yeah, we're just hanging out. Waiting for someone to come trade. Waiting for the nukes to fly. You're going to try to leave soon? Columbine was a bit before the internet became mainstream. I mean, there was the internet, but it was really fucking basic in those days. There was like 12 websites or some shit, you know. And if you went onto a website and it only had words, it would still take 30 seconds to load in all the words. If it had a picture, it would take minutes to do that. Yeah, but there was nothing to do on the internet, dude. It would have been a forum at the most. They would have been able to email each other or talk to each other, but they, I think, lived in the same town. They went to the same fucking school, so why would they need to do that? Like, I don't think you understand what life was like in the 90s. Like, yeah. First of all, you didn't have a fucking phone that could hook up to the internet. You just didn't have one. And if you did have internet, you had minutes, dude. Like, you'd get 400 minutes a month of AOL, you know? And then, yeah, you'd have to have a dedicated phone line for the internet. So when you're on the internet, you don't have a phone. If someone calls your house while you're on the internet, all they hear is, ding, 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 wow, 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 wow. Like, that's pretty much what you would hear if you called somebody's house while they were on dial-up. And by the way, it was dial-up internet, which is the slowest internet that's ever been. And there was no websites, dude. Like, there was nothing to do. We were on AOL chat. That was it. Like, YouTube didn't come about till like 2005 or something, right? And that's when you started having video hosting. I think there was maybe some other sites that were kind of doing it, but they weren't dedicated to it. But YouTube was the first one, right, to come along and really have like a big platform where you could just put videos up. And that's all YouTube was in the early days, right? Like, it was a cool place where you could go and put a video so that somebody could see it later. Like, if you recorded something and you wanted your family to be able to see it or whatever, you know. But then they turned that all into a business. I think 2013 is when they started really enforcing the copyright rules, you know, and that's when the money got introduced, basically, right? And people in those days, if you had a YouTube channel, you were making really good money. And then every year after that, the amount of money that you can make on the platform has gone down, and the amount of people trying to make that money has gone up through the roof. So YouTube just ain't what it used to be. It doesn't have the same potential anymore to make you money like that, you know. And sadly, there's a lot of people that think it does, so they try, you know, and they think they're going to quit their job and then be a YouTuber, you know, and unfortunately, you can't do that. You got to have some other income. You got to have something else, or you're just not going to do it. Yeah, I don't fuck around on 4chan. I've never even been on 4chan. I don't know anything really about 4chan. You know, the limit to me being on things like Reddit is just looking shit up. Like, I'll look up something, and if it's in a Reddit article, I will read that. But I don't go on Reddit to be on Reddit. I don't fucking care. Well, and that's the thing, dude. There's little honeypot operations happening all over the fucking place. Like, Epstein was definitely that, you know. I think Diddy was definitely that. And then you have to wonder how many people are doing that now. Like, how many different little operations like that are going on, you know. I think they try it with us streamers with like bots and shit. You know, you get people coming in, these fucking fake chicks. That's all the same thing. Or like on Facebook, how you'll get this really hot chick that just is following you all of a sudden and wants to talk to you. Yeah, it's all bullshit. But they're hoping that you'll tell these people things that you shouldn't, you know. Yeah, Epstein was all up on the internet doing a lot of shit. He was a gamer as well. People need to remember that the internet was created by the government. You know, anything you do and say on the internet is tracked and or recorded. And I mean fucking anything. When you go to type something into a chat bar and then you think, nah, that's going to get me in trouble, and you delete it before you hit send, doesn't matter. It got logged. You know, and that's the thing. There's not some person sitting there monitoring your fucking activity on the internet. It's just that they own the infrastructure, and so everything you fucking do is tracked and recorded. And then if you do something that brings their attention, they can type your fucking name in, and then all this information comes out. Like, it's things, I've said this before, they know us better than we know ourselves, because, you know, over the last like 10, 15 years of social media, you've probably said things on your social media accounts that you can't remember. Things that you believed or whatever, right? You've probably went off on different little things about whatever, right? But you don't remember that shit. But the system remembers, you know. The machine knows everything that you ever said. And it may be worse than that. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that our phones are basically synced to our brains in some sort of way where they can literally read our thoughts. I would not be surprised by that. Nobody wants my Shaco. I mean, we found out about 12, maybe 14 years ago that they were using our phones to listen to us. You know, and I think a lot of people didn't want to believe it then. But every year These phones have gotten better and better. They've added more and more cameras to them. And like I was saying earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if your iPhone has a camera somewhere on this face right here, and maybe somewhere along this side right here, and so you think you've covered the camera, or maybe you don't because you just don't fucking care anymore, but you think you've covered the camera and you really haven't because it's looking at you from this angle. It's almost 4:20, you guys. We're making it. It's 4:06. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. Ars Nova. That's what they do, right? Like you agree to the terms and service or terms of service or whatever, and then when you give that app permission to use your microphone, from then on the phone has become a listening device, and it's probably beyond that. It probably does it regardless of any apps or anything you fucking do. But I do believe that that's a big part of, like, that's probably a legal loophole that they use, where because the app is going to listen to you even when you're not using it so that it can gather information to help you whatever, right? Like, that's the excuses that they make. And so, if it ever came down to like a courtroom situation, that's what would end up happening, right? They'd say, oh, well, you agreed to the terms of service. You literally agreed to let yourself be surveilled in this way. Which I have had things get recommended to me that I only thought about. Like, I'm sitting here alone most of the day and I think about things a lot, then I'll go on Amazon and there's the thing that I didn't say anything about, but I was thinking about it. And that's where I think, yeah, maybe they've been working on this technology for 30 fucking years as far as getting people's thoughts to be put on a fucking computer screen, right? And they can do it. They can literally take somebody who's like a vegetable and put this little fucking head thing on, that like tracks all their thoughts, and they can literally put their words onto a computer screen as they think them. Okay? So if they could do that 15 years ago, who's to say that they can't do it now with just the phone? Like, our brains work on electrical impulses. There is a signal being fired over and over again in our brains, and it's probably a certain frequency that they have figured out how to fucking monitor. Okay? And so your phone sits there and can literally track your thoughts. It may be even worse than that. What if it gets to the point where your phone is actually implanting the thoughts? What if the people who took the COVID-19 jab all got a bunch of nano machines put in their blood that helps that process along, and now when they hear things from the government or from the propaganda machine, they believe it because when they watch the video, they see a different video than us. Like, who fucking knows, man? I think the biggest mistake we can make is to underestimate what they're capable of. I find it scary as fuck to think that they could actually read my mind, you know. But I also am not an idiot, and I'm not gonna fucking just write that off because it's scary, right? Like, I'm sorry that's a scary fucking idea, but you know, it's probably true, and we need to fucking like adjust to that idea, I guess. I don't know. People need to realize that that's probably what it is. I don't know how long I've been in this lobby here, but no one wants my shit. No one wants to go Shaco for Ist. Damn it. Maybe we'll do it for an Maybe I'll do it for a lem. Yeah, they do. They memory hole certain things, dude. Like, I can definitely remember back in, I think, 2015 when Epstein was getting in trouble out on the Epstein Island. There was a fire and an explosion. They reported on there being an explosion in a tunnel in the, like, under one of the buildings. You know, and if you go and look it up now, you can only find information about there being a fire. You can't find anything about the explosion. It's like it didn't actually happen. But I remember it fucking happening. Yeah, 3 was shit. Diablo 3 sucks. It had like a really bad launch, and then they couldn't figure out what they wanted to do with the game for a couple years, and then they decided, but it was too late because people hated it, and people really just liked Diablo 2 so much that 3 was... Like, how are you going to release a sequel to Diablo 2 and have it be worse? You know? You had like 15 years to improve on a game, and then you release one that's worse. Diablo 4 is better than 3, but I think 2 is better than 4, and 3 is just trash. Yeah, true, 317. There's a lot of weird shit that happens, too, that, you know, it's like I'll be arguing with somebody about something online, and then in the moment I can't remember this thing, this detail about whoever or whatever, but then afterwards I'll be like, oh yeah, and then I think, fuck, I should have said that. Hey, this guy wants my shit. Sorry. No. him. Yeah, I think the government killed Tesla because they didn't want him to give the world free electricity. I also think that for the last 40, maybe, 40 years or so, they've had all of the known top physicists have been working on a dead end, which is string theory. And the real, important advancements in physics have been made in secret. And so you've got, high advanced technology being used by the elites that we don't even know. Even our quote-unquote smartest people don't know about it because they're all working on stupid shit. Freaking barrels. You think the Lincoln assassination was orchestrated by the government? It might have been, dude. I definitely think the JFK was. They say JFK found out that there was aliens living on the moon and that he wanted to tell the American people, and that's why they killed him. They also say that they wanted to go to war in Vietnam, and he wouldn't go along with that, and so that was why they killed him. And then 2 weeks after he was dead, we did go to war with Vietnam, so it's possible. I think JFK was the last good Democrat. Then after that, the military-industrial complex basically told all the politicians that if they wanted to have their head shot off like JFK, they would do what they want to do, and if they wanted to live and have a career, then they would do what they wanted them to do. Damn, I've already got 3 keys from this bitch. I need one from fucking Arcane Sanctuary now. Damn it. It's alright, I'm gonna do this like 100 fucking times, so I might as well get as many keys as I can. I got my Cham rune, or one of them, in this goldarn room right here the other day, so that's why I've been trying to kill everything in here before I go after the Countess for her shitty Tau rune. Go to Arcane Sanctuary.
Greetings.
Not in town.
Yeah, there's like a lot of different like subcategories that people are in now. You know, it used to be you were Democrat or Republican, Ford or Chevy. Now it's within those groups there are groups, you know. And it isolates everybody. It makes everybody feel like they're alone in their thoughts. Not everybody believes everything that you believe or that I believe, right? I mean, there are some people, and I guess they kind of fall into our little bubble. And I think that's something they do as well. They create echo chambers for us to exist in. Like, if I go on YouTube and look up, you know, anything, basically, there's like, I think 80-90% of the platform, I'm not even going to see it. It's like they try to identify which echo chamber you belong in, and then they keep you there, you know. Like, I notice how first thing in the morning when I first see a video, I'll go into the comments and you can have a discussion with people, you can have an argument, whatever you want to do. But after like just a couple of hours, you'll stop getting notifications for that conversation. The conversation will still keep going, and if you go back and look, that person has replied to you. It's just no longer being like you're not getting a notification for it. It's like in that way they prevent us from having discourse. They really don't want that. They don't want like a Trump supporter getting together with a liberal and talking out their differences. They'd rather us hate each other and not understand each other. Because it's fucked up. You go back 10 years, people didn't know this shit. We weren't political. We weren't openly political. And so you just didn't know that about each other. And it didn't fucking matter either. You know, you could be friends with people of all different walks of life, I guess. And now it's, like I said, it's all split up into our own little bubbles. And everybody is, you can't accuse somebody of living in an echo chamber because of the information they have, because we fucking all are. Like, that's what's kind of fucked up, is the people who are doing this shit, they've been doing it forever. Like, the people who really run society have been doing it for a very long time. They understand the ways in which they get it done, and we just don't. We're slowly figuring out what they've been doing, but I don't think we're really aware of what they are doing, right? Like, we know what they did years ago. We don't know what they're doing now. And I think it's going to stay that way. Got us chasing our own fucking tails. I mean, it was probably infiltrated by the government, and they probably did that towards the end, but I'm sure the KKK at first was just a bunch of fucking idiots. What I find weird is that the government did what they did with them, but they're not doing that with Antifa or BLM, which is basically the Klan with a tan. They're just fucking completely letting them do exactly what the KKK did, but we're just not going to stop them. We're not going to fucking do what needs to be done.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, there's a whole fucking group of them called the Not Fucking Around Crew or something like that, and yeah, there's a bunch of like black supremacist fucking groups and all that shit, but the only thing we have is fake shit like that Patriot Front. Have you seen them? I don't think anybody believed that the Patriot Front was real. I think it's funny that they would name themselves something like that because it's obvious that they are a front for patriotism, right? Like, they're not real, but they name themselves Patriot Front. Like, it's a little too obvious. You know, a lot of times the government will name things basically the opposite of what they are, right? Like Obama had Obamacare, where he gave us all really shitty health care that made it obvious that he didn't fucking care. But they call it care, right? Or the Patriot Act, where they made it legal to wiretap our phones without a warrant, which is probably one of the most unpatriotic fucking things they could have done. But, you know, they name it something that sounds good, and it's really the opposite of what they're fucking doing. There is a lot of weird concepts with rap music, dude. It definitely does promote a certain lifestyle that, you know, ends up getting people locked up in jail. And supposedly a lot of the big rappers like fucking Dr. Dre and Jay-Z and all them that got famous like in the 90s, they started investing into private prisons. You know, and so you've got like a whole genre of music being promoted by people who are heavily invested into the private prison sector, and then their music forces people to go to prison. Well, maybe not forces, but it encourages people to go to prison. Well, and welfare too, dude. You know, the government came in and said, you don't need a father, we'll be your dad. And so they gave everybody welfare, and it's fucking exploded the fucking nuclear family. And that's really where things went wrong for black people. You know, the divorce rates and the fatherlessness rates were the exact opposite of what they are before, like, welfare and shit. And it's really not limited to any one race, you know. It's a very common thing in modernity. You know, women are pretty much encouraged to leave their man, especially when you have a kid. There's all these programs for assistance and stuff that help you with your kid, and they will give you more money if you don't have a man. And so they literally incentivize women to divorce their men, you know, because if they do, they're going to get child support and they're going to get more money than they were getting from the man to begin with. So it's just a win-win scenario for them. Except for it's not, because it ruins families, it ruins our whole fucking society. Yeah, dude, I can't make videos about the war that I fought in because it glorifies violence in YouTube's eyes. But then I can look up a rap song that is basically an instruction manual for how to rob somebody. And particularly, they like to rob Asian people because they have a lot of money and they don't like to put shit into banks, you know? So there's literally rap songs that talk about, you know, how you should target Asians and all this crazy shit. Like, it's an actual fucking instruction manual for how to rob somebody. And to me, that's glorifying violence, you know? But that's fine. They can have that on the platform. But if I wanted to go down the list of every fucking soldier and Marine that was killed in the war that I fought in and make a nice little video about them and how it happened, you know, and just try to give every family a little bit of closure in that way. Or, you know, sometimes it's nice to be able to see something about your loved one like that. Maybe some people wouldn't want it, but, you know, whatever. That's an idea I've had for years, but I know that I can't do it because it won't be allowed, basically. Like, the videos straight up won't be allowed. Like, one of my favorite channels on the platform is called Medal of Honor Book, and it's a bunch of videos about guys who earned the Medal of Honor, and they did full interviews with the ones that were alive, you know, and it's great content, and it's absolutely hidden by this platform. Like, I think at a certain point that channel just gave up, basically, because, you know, well, for one, I think they covered everybody, right? It's not very often that people earn the Medal of Honor, but we've had a few in recent times, and I bet you they didn't get a video on that channel because, like I said, that channel is pretty much dead because it doesn't exist like that. It's not allowed to have ads or anything, so dude, there's a video of Biden doing an interview, and the person that's sitting in the chair is definitely not white, because you can see like this weird fucking Photoshop shit going on where the person's neck changes. Of course, when you try to find that video on this platform, you cannot find it. But there's definitely a video of Biden. Oh, wait, here it is.
Mr. Vice President, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for being out here. Thank you for taking time.
How's that bus tour? You had a wild exchange this morning.
Oh, that was actually a little bit of fun. The fact is that we have a great bus tour. We've about 660 miles. We're going in day 6. We've had a couple thousand people show up.
Okay. Look at his neck. Like, look at the change in color right here.
They're enthusiastic, and it was interesting the response of the crowd when that fellow spoke up.
Let me ask you a little bit about how you get your program passed. You've made...
Like, even at this angle, you can see that there's some artifacting. There's definitely some weird shit going on right here on his throat. And then you can still see the line from here, from this angle.
The argument that Trump's an aberration. If you beat him, you can then bring things back to normal, implement your middle-class economic agenda in the way that we've become used to.
Oh, yeah.
We're now in a
Bidenomics,
situation
right?
where Republican senators are repeating what is known to be Russian propaganda, including propaganda about you. How do you bring that back to normal?
Well, I don't hold grudges.
Like, this is basic shit, dude. This is basic fucking Photoshop or premier, whatever. But basically, the person sitting here is not Joe Biden. You know, and so they conduct the interview. They fucking record a totally different man sitting in this chair answering these fucking questions. And then they Photoshop or use, you know, whatever, Adobe Premiere to stick Biden's head on whoever's fucking shoulders this is. Like, am I fucking nuts here? Like, look at the line on his neck. That's not a shadow. That's not anything else other than fucking fake ass shit.
For real. You've watched me.
Like, Biden could have died before he ever got elected. And then they just ran a fucking straight up puppet of this motherfucker the whole time he was in office. Yeah, look at it, dude. Like, tell me that that's not a different person right there. You know, and this is just your average fucking CNBC fucking interview with Joe fucking Biden.
A long time. And
we'll skip
He
ahead about
opposed a
20 minutes
financial
and see if it still
transaction
looks that
tax,
way.
which some in the race have supported, because it would destroy financial markets. Is that why you've rejected that idea?
no, I still think we should do that. That doesn't raise the kind of money. I think
weird.
we should have a financial transaction tax. But what I focused on, what I think I can get done,
It's weird how the line moves when his jaw moves, but there's no shadow or anything under here.
get done quickly, and pay for everything I'm talking about. Because
Well, and shit like that, dude, is literally why I worry that they fucking killed Trump. I think that would be the ultimate thing. I think that at this point they probably have like an AI deep fake of Trump, you know, and I don't know. It would be hard to fake him, I think, because he does say some pretty off-the-wall shit sometimes. So even I think that sounds crazy when I say it out loud. But I think it's a possibility. I think they could actually kill Trump and replace him with a straight-up puppet like that we would think it was really him, but it ain't, you know. And then they get their way, and we think we get our way, but really, you know, they just do what they want, basically. I think that would be the ultimate thing for the government to do, because they want to prevent Trump from implementing his will, but they can't just outright kill him, because then it would really piss off his base. Like, we would probably revolt if that happened. And they know that. So they wouldn't just do it, like, openly. But they would definitely replace him without us knowing about it. And I think that is a possibility. I think that's an idea that people need to be kicking around in their fucking heads.
Good day.
Because it's obvious that Biden got replaced at some point. Well, dude, every world leader going back to Julius Caesar has had body doubles. I think this guy coming out the other day and wearing a mask to the award show to claim an award in the name of Jim Carrey was Hollywood basically making fun of us because they know what's going on. and we fucking don't. Roger. Callie's headed home. And we're gonna run the Ubers and hopefully not die. Well, it's a good chance that Hitler didn't die, you know, and that he used a body double in the bunker so that he could escape. And he probably went to Argentina with a lot of the other Nazis that went to Argentina. It's possible. You know, maybe there was even some sort of deal made with the Allies and shit, right? Where his like, we'll accept the copy and tell everybody that you died, and in exchange you go live in Argentina, and as long as no one ever finds you, we won't fuck with you. Azul, where are you? Oh. These pit lords are fucking nasty. Oh, there he is. Get on him. Yeah. We got Mephisto's brain. Ugh. Now we go fight Lilith. Bitch I didn't even know existed in this game for years. Ooh. I go slow with the Ubers because I'm kind of new to Ubers. I don't want to die. I might, though. Oh. Lilith is scary. She's big. Well, they've kind of always said too that, like, the richest people in the world, you'll never hear their names, right? Like, it's only the person who is willing to claim that title that really gets it. But there's always people that are far more wealthy than them. It's just, it's kind of a liability to even make that claim. Richest person on earth. Puts a target on your back. Yikes. The fucked up thing is I don't know where she is. She's gonna be in one of these rooms, though. Gotta be careful. I can't just be teleporting into places. Oh, I think it's Walt Disney, dude. Where is she? Normally she's up to the right. It's freaking me out. Run into her at random. Yeah, that sounds good, babe. Well, it may make people into that, or it may do other things too. You know, you never know, but definitely not good. There's a reason why it's free. I think that's a big part of what they track as well, right? Like, try to get into politics when the deep state comes at you and they show you a file that shows you every face you've ever made as you were cranking down, you know, because it's probably that. Like, your phone is probably sitting there recording you while you watch that shit, you know, and so then, like, literally, like, think about the weird faces and shit that we make. Like, I'm pretty sure they just show people that, right? Like, oh yeah, you want to be the president? Well, here's a video of you blasting off about 1,000 different times over the last 20 years. And then people are like, yeah, I don't think I want to get into politics. Kill it, kill it, kill it. Oh yeah, I need to go see what the dude is real quick before I go do this. Because if I die, I'm gonna need a new demon. It's not very good. I don't think I'm gonna die though. But maybe. Man, what if I had spawned the Ubers portal and I fucking forgot? Log out of there. That'd be tragic. It's possible, dude. The Ubers are kind of fucked. Well, I've kind of figured out some shit. What I was doing wrong, basically. Get blessed aim. Yeah, don't do that, dude. Don't do any of that. Just get a girlfriend. Fuck. You know? Or don't. You know?
Not in town.
It's easy, man. No, it's really not, though, because, like I was saying earlier, the Whammons, they're not that interested. At least not in your average dude, you know? You gotta be a little more than average. Yep. Screw it, I'm just gonna do it. We'll be fine. Chalet, what are you doing? Are you just a hyper little dog? Yeah. What are you doing? Ooh. Charlie, what is that? What is that over there? There's somebody in here.
How may I be of help?
Babe. Now, Bale is a son of a bitch, because if you shoot him with your fucking echoing strikes, he'll shoot ice spikes back at you, which will fucking kill you if you don't block them. So basically, I try to line up behind my demon. Then the demon takes all the ice instead of you. It's Diablo. Stupid fucking beam of shit. Ding.
Can't do that here.
All right. What kind of torch is it gonna be? Please be a warlock. Fucking druid. Ooh, it's a 1820 druid though. But yeah, it's not the torch we wanted. God damn it. God damn it. I may be able to trade it. You know, 1820 is damn near perfect on the roll, so if I list that, I might be able to get a like any warlock torch basically is what I'll say. And I could probably trade it for a low warlock torches. Yeah, I didn't die. That's the second Ubers I've done. Actually, since I got Call to Arms, I haven't died. That was the problem, that I didn't have that, you know? Because Call to Arms gives you like an extra 1,000 health, which is crazy. And then it also like lowers the, I think it lowers the amount of damage the enemies do. It does a bunch of weird shit. Very good to have. Well, I think I'm going to shut the stream down for now, though, you guys. It's Callie's birthday, and she's home from work. Sitting here. Mr. Gnarly. All right. Little arm of the chair dog over here. What are you doing? Snoot. Yeah, have a good one, Zombie Boss. Fucking Blaze 317. All the people in your hole in your basement that are having to put the lotion on the skin. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next time.